Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. We're live once again to talk about watches. Let's see if I can properly align this camera. Actually, give me 1 second on that. Okay, we're back. There have been a lot of new releases since I was last online. Um, there's a lot that I want to talk about and a whole auction to cover from Sotheby's London. So let's get this started. We're live from Los Angeles, and this is your host, Jan Brando. So there's this brand called Tudor. Have you guys heard about it? They've released another watch, which I think on the one hand is not very exciting because it kind of fits exactly in the mold of everything else in their catalog, but perhaps we are kind of missing the point when we obsess over Tudor doing the same thing over and over, releasing watches that differ from each other only minimally, only in fine nuances and details. And again, it's because we perhaps get too excited about the brand. We tend to forget, hey, they are, after all, a sibling of Rolex. They are, after all, a Rolex subsidiary. They are the sister brand of Rolex. If Rolex has mastered this model of glacial progression, of minute adjustments and just minimal evolutions over their models over the years rather than wholesale revolutions, what should Tudor do? Right? It's actually completely predictable when you put things into context. Um, Tudor has the Black Bay, right, as a case, as a style. Rolex has the Oyster. Rolex rarely does anything groundbreaking. The most groundbreaking thing they did in the last few years was perhaps flipping the placement of their GMT master movement and releasing a new Oyster 1908 watch, which actually is a relatively significant step within the character of their lineup because it has a silicon hairspring. That being said, that's only the first time, or that's only something new if we just focus on the men's line, because Rolex has in the past used silicon hairsprings. Anyways, I don't want to get distracted because this is actually, I think, a pretty exciting watch because I made a little bit of an adjustment in my own mentality. I was very frustrated. The second it came out, I was like, what the hell is this? This just looks like everything else they have in the lineup. It's just a black version of the previous Pelagos FXD, which of course has a whole lineage with the French Navy, with the Marine Nationale. And what about this? So I was a little frustrated. Obviously, it does, look like many other pieces that they have in the lineup in the Pelagos family, but all of that falls by the wayside when it actually has a good story. And that story has, I guess, a history and it has a present, because it turns out, as it is exposed by the watches of espionage, this is a watch that has been recently issued to the Navy SEALs, and they have been using it for about a year. So let's take a look at that, because I think that's a pretty cool story that will help us situate this release a little bit. Um, if you if you don't follow me on Instagram, please do so, and I will send you. I'll send you the link in the chat right now. But more importantly, if you don't follow Watches of Espionage, you are genuinely missing out, because this person, who is a former CIA officer himself, has been covering pretty reliably watches that have that sort of provenance, that kind of history that connects them to espionage. And this is what he says about the new Tudor Black FXD and the SEAL Team 6. Tudor, this is Watches of Espionage. Tudor just released a new black dial, black bezel Pelagos FXD. While we normally do not cover new releases, there's an interesting Watches of Espionage story here. It was originally designed as a unit watch for a famed SEAL Team 6 squadron. In fact, the Black FXD is not new at all. For almost a year, a special unit version has been on the wrists of dozens of elite operators during training exercises and operational deployments around the globe. We have known about this commissioned watch for nearly a year, and we now feel it is warranted to tell this story and the real reason behind the development of the latest iteration of FXD, which of course stands for fixed lugs, very common feature of mil-spec military issued watches, since they are usually worn on the particular kind of nylon or canvas fabric straps that we nowadays popularly call NATO. This is, of course, a story that's not covered in the brand's marketing materials. At first glance, the updates to the Black FXD are purely cosmetic. It's just black, right? Yes and no. At the request of the SEAL Team 6 operators, the ceramic bezel insert was replaced with a fully demarcated, fully graduated, it wants to say, 60-minute unidirectional bezel, something reminiscent of the Rolex Milsub reference 5517. I guess that's an aspect that is actually covered by the marketing material of Tudor, since they do present this piece as a contemporary alternative to the Milsub, contemporary or modern homage to Rolex Milsubs, indeed, and those military issued versions of Tudor submariners as well. There are also a few key differences between the version created for SEAL Team 6 as opposed to the commercial version. The commercial version has a sterile caseback, That's basically military speak for unmarked, right? A lot of times um, there will be mil-spec watches that have sterile dials, right, that don't have any branding or any signature. So in this case, a sterile caseback refers to a clean slate on the back of the watch. Whereas the commissioned watches, right, those that were issued to SEAL Team 6 Squadron, contains the year of production, which is quite similar to the Marine Nationale version and Marine Nationale issued watches historically, and the squadron's insignia. So the actual issued watches actually have the squadron's insignia and the year of production. The commissioned watches, again, mil-issued watches, have a more palatable two-line dial. Critics have pointed out the four-line paragraph on the dial of the blue FXT. For military end users, the Pelagos text is available in multiple colors depending on the squadron. The Velcro strap has a new color scheme of military green and red, a specific nod to the first squadron's heritage. And this is apparently a story that right, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe it was the same watch as what Putin wore. Anyway, so that's watches of espionage, and I think they also have a website where they detail some other elements of this story. So if you would like to check it out, there is the link that I'm dropping into the chat. Please don't hesitate to take a look at it on your own time. So now the story makes a lot more sense. The new Pelagos FXD pays tribute to decades of Tudor watches on the wrists of US Navy divers, complete with fixed strap bars, a titanium case, a high-performance manufactured caliber, and a unidirectional elapsed time rotating bezel. It comes as the ultimate modern mil-sub. A couple of things. This is a little more conventional, not only in terms of its colorway than the blue Pelagos FXD, which might not be everyone's cup of tea. Also with its particular French lineage. But more importantly, this one actually has a pretty conventional rotating bezel that is fully graduated for 60 minutes, whereas the Pelagos FXD in blue, the Marine Nationale version, has a countdown bezel that starts from 60 to go to 0, whereas this is from 60 to 0, as it's usually done. So as I mentioned, they present these watches as the spiritual successor to mil-subs, specifically to those Tudor watches that have been officially adopted by the US Navy since 1958. Visually, it's more in line with a late 60s era Tudor Oyster Prince Submariner reference 7016, even though it incorporates elements from the US military specifications for diving watches, such as fixed spring bars, as well as details inspired by other generations of issued Tudors, including pointed crown guards typically found on early Tudor submariners. Hey, yes, titanium is the way. JB, you know my theory about the popularity of rose gold as bros gold. I've always said that whether it was the reason or not, the cultural gauge of a color, of a material, of an aesthetic becoming mainstream is the new Apple releases. And as you know, there is actually now an entire line of iPhone 15s that are involved in, that are made in titanium alloys. So tis the season. It is the season of titanium. Titanium is coming in a big way, not only in sports watches, but more broadly in the mainstream as a tactical, lightweight material. I love this. MD Chaz, as the first super chats off, as the first super chat of the day, you're being entered into the raffle, and you have a special place in my heart as someone who compliments my style. I appreciate that. Love you, man. Means everything. It really does. And as you guys know, the full amount of super chats, there's no minus, no deduction. I don't care. That's my contribution. The full amount of super chats, super thanks, those kinds of contributions, the donation contributions on YouTube for this month are going directly to the UNICEF, earmarked for children in Morocco and Libya affected by the recent natural disasters, the earthquake, namely in Morocco, and the floods in Libya. Yes, and again, there is that possibility. The first and last super chats of every single live stream are being entered into the raffle, for which the prize is actually, speaking of style, it's going to be a sibling of the watch that I'm wearing today, which is the Blue Dial Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration. I love this watch. I started wearing it more and more recently, specifically because I started wearing it to the gym. I'm wearing more and more often. And you know, that's how it should be, honestly. I usually do wear my Seikos into the gym, not because my other watches can't take it, but mostly because it just makes me appreciate what a Seiko is, what a Seiko has been, and what it is today as a tool watch. I'm particularly a big fan of their diver watches, and as you can see, I'm a huge fan of NATO straps, especially from the collection of Rowing Blazers. So going down to the specs, this piece has a matte black dial, what has become a classic Tudor signature, the snowflake hands. It's a time-only watch, perfect three-hander, no date windows, nice balanced dial. Of course, I would have loved to see, especially on the FXD, which is supposed to be a little more tamed, a little more muted in terms of its design. Maybe a two-liner expression. You guys know 5513 is one of my all-time favorite Submariner designs because of that minimalism, of a very balanced style design and simple two-line writing at 6 o'clock. I wish they had done it here, but I guess they had to cram in the depth rating as well as the chronometer certification, which is important, admittedly. I wonder why meters comes first in a watch that's supposed to be an homage to watches issued to the US Navy. I think it could have been like a cool little detail if they flipped that and did 660 feet equals 200 meters. But that's just, I'm at this point, I'm just basically, you know, rambling and nitpicking. So that's quite all right. Of course, the MT5602, which is the caliber, which is the manufacturer movement, Tudor Kinesi movements that they use in the Pelagos lineup and that they share with the Breitling Super Ocean Heritage 42, powers this watch as well. Silicon hairspring, 70 hours of power reserve, and chronometer certification issued by the Swiss Official Chronometer Testing Institute. So a COSC, 42 millimeters of a satin brushed titanium case, a nice block of material on the wrist. And I think, honestly, I do prefer the FXD for that reason, for a titanium watch, because once again, coming from the vintage tool watch space, I do not mind the lightness of watches, but I think a 39 millimeter titanium watch is pushing it a little bit. I feel like it might be a little too light for daily use, so to speak. I think aesthetically, Pelagos 39 is a very satisfying watch. It's a very delectable watch, but I think push comes to shove, I would much rather side with FXD, so to speak. Unidirectional rotatable bezel, titanium with ceramic inserts, full 60-minute graduation, and filled with super luminova. So you have actually a luminous bezel, which is something that actually is a pretty cool detail on a dive watch, even if it may not be functional in that way to most of us. And it actually has a one-piece Velcro sealed fabric strap, which is quite, I think, quite stylish and proprietary to Tudor as well. If you have gone to any Tudor boutiques, you'll see that they display like a part of looms that they use to weave these fabric straps, which is something I really like. I really do appreciate that. JB says the nice thing about this particular watch, is that the big Tudor hour hand never really covers anything you'd need to see. Yeah, that's kind of part of my problem with the modern Tudor snowflake hand. I don't think I minded all that much in terms of the dive watches, but it does get into my nerves on the chronographs and on the Black Bay Pro as well. When you have the Snowflake hour hand, Snowflake second hand, and Snowflake GMT hand or 24-hour hand, right? It can be certainly an overkill. On a watch with a date indicator or chronograph register, it can actually impede your view of certain essential functions in an unnecessary and exaggerated way. So I do appreciate JB for pointing that out. I did try to um, broadcast this particular stream on Kick as well, for which I opened an account, but it seems that I couldn't. I will look into that, and I will try to push you guys to follow me on Kick as well if you have an account. So I will share the link here. But anyway, I'll get back to you guys on that. In the meantime, if you do have an account on Kick, please do follow me. As you guys know, I am going full time by next May. So I'm trying to do every little bit of work to make this channel sustainable on its own until then. And every bit of help that you can give me on this platform and others by subscribing, by upvoting the streams, by sharing far and wide, it will be amazing. And you guys know how much work I really put into this on a daily basis, whether it is in terms of the daily updates that I post on Instagram, the watches that I cover there. I really go out of my way, take every little pocket of time that I have beyond work nowadays to go out there, look at those watches, and closely review them for you. I've done that recently with the Only Watch charity auction, as you guys know. And if you want to look at some of my favorites, please feel free to check out my page on Instagram. JB says, those Snowflake hands can cover the date and chrono readings pretty seriously. He would know because he has the Tudor Black Bay chrono with the Panda dial. Basil's bezels shows off his legs. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I guess that's an emoji for Kick. I appreciate you, man. Nice to see you as always. In either case. Yeah, did I read that correctly, Basil? Is that for Kick? So I do actually, now that I have read not only into the history of Tudor submariners as they have been shared, as they have been supplied to the US Navy, as you can see in this particular example. And of course, as you can see, that's a meters first sub 2. I guess from the historical point of view, it makes sense that they have kept the meters first look. That's 1968 Oyster Prince Submariner reference 7016, which is kind of a sibling to the Rolex submariners at the time of 5513 and the mill subs, which are the specific fixed lug reference 5517 of a similar configuration. Of course, this is a watch that corresponds to the standards laid out by the ISO certification as well. And it comes with both the forest green and the black strap, if I'm not mistaken, which is like a texturized rubber strap in addition to the Velcro fabric strap with the matching titanium fastener. Kind of a khaki green with red stripe. Yeah, let me know what you guys think in the Pelagos family. Let me actually just pose it to you in terms of a poll. What is your favorite Pelagos? Actually, it's not going to even fit into the four options, but here are the options that I chose. I said the new black Pelagos FXD, Pelagos FXD Blue, Marine Nationale Pelagos 42 Blue, or other. Pelagos LHD is kind of a cult favorite. The black, which has again a whole paragraph of writing that is undistinguished as well, all in the same color. LHD has the red accents, both in terms of the writing of Pelagos and also, I believe, in terms of the roulette date window or date indicator rather. But yes, you let me know which one you like better. I don't know. I think this might be now my favorite Tudor Pelagos, even though I've always liked the original blue on the full bracelet as well. I think that's a pretty cool watch. But I don't find much to complain about this release in and of itself, right? Initially, it was a little disappointing for me because I'm kind of tired of coming to the defense of Tudor, playing the shield to Tudor, because the main criticism they face is that they keep releasing the same watch over and over. But once you contextualize it, it actually makes a lot of sense within their brand identity, because they are doing two things at once. One, again, they are Rolex's sister brand, which means they have that family resemblance. They do share that DNA of preferring gradual improvements and slight modifications over wholesale transformations. from one generation to another, from one year to another. And the fact that they are a sister brand to Rolex, the fact that they are a Rolex subsidiary also means that they cannot do certain things that would infringe on Rolex's catalog, especially as it is presently displayed. Tudor will not have a Submariner again because that would not only impinge upon the Rolex Submariner market, it would also take away from the brand equity that they built for the last decade or more in proving finally proving to everyone. Oh man, I have I have screwed up again. I've been I thought it was just my voice, but I've actually had the microphone off from the very beginning. I'm so sorry about that. So what I was saying is Tudor is not going to make submariners anymore. They are not going to use the Mercedes hands in their dive watches anymore because one, they won't want to impinge upon the market for Rolex watches, the niche that Rolex, um, the segment that Rolex occupies. But perhaps more importantly, they have spent the last 10 odd years to establish themselves as a related but separate brand. They cannot go back to the days where they are only recognized as a cheaper version of Rolex, right? It helps them to have a visual identity that's quite distinct and almost immediately identifiable uh, as opposed to Rolex, right? Distinct from Rolex. It helps them to have certain lines of watches, certain families of products that use materials and approaches that Rolex doesn't, or Rolex doesn't anymore. Right? That's why a lot of times material experimentation is channeled through the Tudor brand. That's why a lot of times the more recent collaborations and branding, co-branding with other brands, sports teams, and limited editions is nowadays done through Tudor, uh, because that both elevates implicitly Rolex above every other watch brand. That's why in Formula One, Rolex sponsors the competition and not a specific team. In the same way, having Tudor collaborate with uh, teams, agencies, having Tudor uh, experiment on things that Rolex doesn't find safe enough also gives Tudor its own niche, gives Tudor its own way to grow, gives Tudor its own opportunity, its own possibility to carve a very specific place for itself in brands today. Right, like JB says, you can see the trial on materials in terms of bronze and ceramic upon trusted designs, and that's the Black Bay series, of course, the Black Bay bronze and Black Bay 58 bronze, and of course the ceramic blacked out Black Bay, which or blacked out Bay, which is 41 millimeters,
And as Van Luck says, we do love vintage Tudor subs, but precisely because of what they are, because of what they have been, not because it is something that Tudor necessarily needs to replicate today. So for me, this is a thumbs up. I like this. Uh, as Bruno would say, this is Achia and Wasap. But we have a lot of Nish Nish coming up soon enough. And in fact, let's. No, I'm not gonna go to the Nish Nish just yet. We will go with something that I really like again, and that's the new Glashütte Original 60s chronograph. As you guys know, Glashütte Original is Swatch Group's representative of German watchmaking. Um, Swatch Group's big representative of German watchmaking because they do also have um, Union Glashütte within their company as well, within their holdings as well, among many other brands, of course. That being said, Glashütte Original also has distinguished itself by their dials and by these annual editions that kind of travel through their catalog. Every year, they choose to um, kind of distinguish, ennoble um, a particular model line with a unique colorway and a unique dial expression. And they do benefit in this effort from having their own dial manufacturer, not in Saxony, as it happens, but in Pforzheim. I have talked a little bit about this um, before. As you guys know, Pforzheim is kind of the Western hub of jewelry making, as well as watchmaking um, in the German tradition, whereas Glashütte, the town that's a short drive south of the historically important city of Dresden, uh, is kind of the eastern front of watchmaking in the Saxonian tradition. Um, but as it happens, a lot of the German industry, of course, having really been revitalized and rejuvenated after the German reunification, actually has pretty strong connections in both cities, right? For example, for such a long time, Alang und Söhne would have proprietary bracelets for a lot of their watches in yellow gold, in platinum, and in other metals, supplied by Wellendorf, which is, of course, a very traditionally recognized and respected jewelry maker based in Pforzheim. As it happens, Glashütte has their dial manufacturer there, and uh, they make these beautiful textured, um, kind of like an iris like texture on the dial there in their Pforzheim manufacture. This is a gradient silver um, dial, which has that unique rippled texture. It is produced out of a bronze blank that is embossed using a 60-ton press. This is followed by a second press to create the domed texture, right? As you can probably see already in that picture, um, the dial doesn't only fade into black on the periphery, but also is bent at the edges, so has this sort of domed architecture in and of itself. As you're voting in the poll on your favorite Pelagos, please click the like button as well. It really, really does help. Maybe this is a better angle for you to see that difference. The dial is then galvanized, applied with coats of gray lacquer paint, and then they use a hand spraying method on the edges of the dial, on those bent edges of the dial, to give that gradient effect, which has this lighter color at the center, at you know below the hand stack, so to speak, that grows more and more intense as it reaches the periphery of the dial. And the wonderful thing about the 60s range is that the fonts are pretty distinct, and they are borrowed from the typography of Glashütte Original's 60s diver watches, the Spezimatic, which are, I think, nowadays represented by the CQ. And the indices are actually milled to expose that gilt color of the bronze blank that is used as the primary material of the dial. The design is, I think, very even keeled, very balanced, with the bicompax expression, the two registers for the chronograph, beautifully aligned with the abbreviated indices at 9 and 3 o'clock, as well as the crown. And I think having those two Arabic numerals at 12 and 6 that are highly stylized also helps the watch overall to balance this aesthetic with the Glashütte Original signature at 12 o'clock and the provenance mark Glashütte in Sachsen at 6 o'clock. I think this is a beautiful expression of a beautiful watch. I'm not a huge fan of gilt, bronze, copper accents on what is essentially a monochromatic design. I don't quite like um, stainless steel or white metal watches with gilt accents on the dial, with gilt furniture on the dial. So that would be my nitpicking with this watch. That's why I don't like, for example, the silver dial for the Oyster Perpetual, because of its accents. But that's just a matter of personal preference. Should not deter you as long as you like it. I really like a lot of things about this watch, including actually the piston like pushers, which somehow fits the design. The watch is matched with a navy blue textile strap, which is quite cool, but it does have a minor, well, maybe even a significant premium on the standard version of the watch, because that is $8,000 with the VAT, whereas I think this annual edition 2023 is right around 9,500 in US dollars. So quite a bit of a jump, I have to say, especially at that, pardon me, at that price point. It matters whether you are paying, pardon me, 1,000 more or 1.5K more, most certainly. But I do like, again, the vintage styling of the watch, the domed or bent structure of the dial, which is signature vintage chronograph, really, especially in the way that the centrally deployed seconds hand, as well as the minute hands, which are curved or bent at the tip as well. Um, Also, I'm forgetting. I was gonna say something right there. Of course, the case back is a sapphire case back that displays the work of the Glashütte manufacturer. For whatever reason, and I really hate this, they are quite bad in um, sharing those pictures in their promotional material. They don't usually have a photograph of the case back, which I never understand, because for machine finishing, they actually have a pretty good aesthetic. This is the caliber 3934 with roughly 40 hours of power reserve. It beats at 4 hertz, 28,800 semi oscillations per hour, and has that classic Saxonian 3/4 plate with the Glashütte ribbing, a swan neck regulator, beveled edges on the plates, polished steel elements, and the skeletonized rotor with the double G symbol, 21 karat gold rotor weight as well. JB, thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. $9.99. And we are accumulating more and more, collecting more and more money for UNICEF as well. So I do love that. JB, thank you so much for your support. For me, this is also a thumbs up. This is also Achia. But as much as I appreciate the annual editions that Glashütte Original brings out, I think the premium is a little much. It's a little excessive, jumping from 8,000 to 9.5, roughly speaking. I think it's a lot, but others might differ. I think it's almost a different price segment, right? A lot of people are fine spending $4, $5, $6,000 on a single watch or on a watch period. They might perhaps push it up until 8, but once it gets close to that 5-digit price point, it's almost a different segment. And I think that sort of price creep is something that we need to recognize. But otherwise, the styling of the watch, I think, is beautiful. And I do uh, like the case as well. A little too large for my taste, but once again, that shouldn't deter you. 42 millimeters in diameter, 12.40 millimeters in thickness, which is actually just fine and beautiful proportionally speaking, for a 42 millimeter chronograph. The watch is a dress watch. You should treat it as such. It has 3 bars of a depth rating, so 30 meters of water resistance, which means basically you can wash your hands with it, but I wouldn't water your backyard. Um, Maybe you can wash dishes, but I would be careful. Also, the other reason that I kind of resent that they don't have a shot of the case back is because they have a contoured sapphire crystal on the back that helps the watch sit better, ergonomically speaking, on the wrist. So it kind of robs us of the opportunity to take a closer look at that. Um, but overall, I have a huge appreciation for this Glashütte Original piece, which is an absolute achia. Um, Next up is the Vacheron Constantin novelties that actually come from the Watches and Wonders in Shanghai. Um, Watches and Wonders, as you know, is the big trade show that takes place every year in Geneva, but they have a traveling exhibition, a traveling aspect to it as well that takes them to different stops every year. Um, Shanghai was part of it this year, and I think there's also another uh, spot. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that there was another. No, I'm mistaken. Sorry. There was in 2022, they had a stop in China again in Hainan. And this year, too, they had a special stop in China in Shanghai. And if the guiding thread, if the common theme for Vachon Constantin novelties in Geneva was the retrograde complication, here it is less is more. That's why they have front loaded this traditionnel in pink gold with a green dial, which I think is a beautiful aesthetic. There's nothing groundbreaking here. Just another dial color for the traditionnel in 38 millimeters, green sunburst dial with a complementary medium scale alligator strap as it's represented here. One of my favorite aspects of this watch is the movement. It's the same hand wound caliber that powers the crowd pleaser in the Vacheron Constantin Les Historiques American 1921 4400. If I'm not mistaken, this is basically Kari Voutilainen's favorite mass produced movement. I like it a lot too in terms of its architecture, in terms of its in terms of its appearance, in terms of its aesthetics. Of course, in Vacheron Constantin, it gets the Geneva seal treatments, right, which is a whole process of certification that has both aesthetic and artisanal, but also horological and technical aspects. Um, and here, as you can see, you have the hallmark of Geneva, both on the case and the movements. One minor gripe that I have with caliber 4400 is as a hand wound movement, again, I expect that beautiful winding uh, noise. I need the crank. That's one of the pleasures that I take from hand wound calibers, from manual winding. Um, 44 is smooth, buttery smooth when you wind it. Maybe some people prefer that. I do not. That's the minor drawback for me for caliber 4400s, which is a Vacheron Constantin's top of the line hand wound movement, something that they use for the crowd favorites in uh, American 1921, the driver's watch, famously with the slanted dial, and something that they also use in these 38 millimeter traditionnel dress watches, which have, of course, centrally deployed hands for the hour and minutes in the Dauphine style, and a small seconds hand at 6 o'clock on a subsidiary dial that has its sector, a railroad track for the minutes, and applied multifaceted baton markers for the hours as well. I think this is fantastic looking watch, and certainly my absolute favorite from their releases. Um, Frankly, I think it's a winning combination, anyways. Right, the so-called JLo special, the day date, the pink gold day date of Rolex with the green sunburst style is a stunning piece. And this perhaps reminds me of that in terms of the combination, except it is much more muted, even though just as elegant. And the price point, again, is not prohibitive, even though, of course, it's quite high for a time only watch at 23,700, at 38 millimeters, being less than 8 millimeters thick. It is an absolute crowd pleaser, especially as people try to find that watch, that dress watch, uh, that perhaps unisex watch to fill that empty spot in their watch box. And I think this is a worthy candidate for sure. The new Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel, 38 millimeters of a pink gold case, green sunburst style, here presented on a medium scale, complementary green alligator strap, powered by their top of the line caliber 4400 AS hand wound, 65 hours of power reserve. Beautiful, beautiful piece. Right? The bare essentials. I love the slogan. Less l'essentiel, right? Less essential, l'essentiel. They have a smaller version of it in 33 millimeters, a two-hander minus the seconds, right? With a bezel set with brilliant cut diamonds. Of course, it's a little more expensive because of the gem setting, but no less elegant. Of course, this watch is much more distinctly feminine, which is reflected even on the leather strap that accompanies it, which is something that Vacheron Constantin does, and which is something I appreciate, right? You know, it enhances their presentation aesthetic. It's something you can change. You know, if you actually do prefer the smaller watch, but don't necessarily like the strap that comes with it. But I think it really enhances their presentation, which is most certainly the case here. And here they have another and smaller hand-wound movements, 1440. But as you can see, it is not lacking in terms of the treatment and details. They also have a few métier d'art kind of pieces, right, which uh, have different ways of displaying time and also different cases with stepped bezel, stepped bezels and officer styled lugs. Two models essentially with two distinct dial designs, and in pink gold and white gold. For each model, métier d'art, tribute to explorer naturalists. And those join the already enticing collection of Vacheron Constantin's métier d'art selections that not only have very special dials, but also complement those special dials with unique ways of displaying time. As you guys know, traditionally speaking, I've always liked this particular series by Vacheron Constantin. Especially the Mercator that they used to have the reference 43050, with those pair of compasses that double as retrograde hands for the hour and minutes. I'll show you quickly an example of those watches, which have these beautiful enamel dials. Again, and have retrograde display for hour and hands. Right, the hour hand snaps back to 1 at noon and at midnight, whereas the minute hand snaps back to the middle to 0 at the top of each hour. So they're closest to each other at 1 a.m. and 1 p.m., and furthest from each other 59 minutes after midnight or 12:59 p.m. as well. Those are beautiful series with enamel dials, drawings, enamel drawings of maps of different regions of the world, different materials, and very wearable 36 millimeter cases with Vacherons treatment of the JLC 920 as the movement that powers it, which makes it also extra thin as well. Reference 43050, the Mercator. And yeah, I mean, nowadays, of course, the Mercators have gained a lot of value on the secondary market, and it's kind of pushing it at this point, but it will still be very much a budget alternative to these new métier d'art creations by Vacheron Constantin that, as you can see, are priced by request, which means they are extremely expensive. I don't even know what the price point is for this particular series, uh, but you're probably talking about um, something close to 5 digits again, uh, if not a little more. Let me see actually um, from the last year in collaboration with Louvre. Okay, that was in fact more than 150,000 in US dollars. So I'm assuming that these would be similarly priced, which means uh, possibly somewhere between 150 to $200,000. So that's what we're looking at. Now, speaking of that, I actually wanted to share with you, um, and I got a little confused. I wanted to do it right after we talked about the Glashütte Original 60s chronograph, because I wanted to present you the new Zinn 356 chronographs as a budget alternative. Let's see if I can find the link. I had it at the ready somewhere around here. Please hit the like button in the meantime. As you guys know, that really, really does help me. I hope my voice comes through well. Hmm. I can find them on the. Okay, there we go. So the 356 pilot is Zin Spezialohrens classic chronograph styling. It is a 2-register design, a bicompax chronograph. Again, as you can see, with the 2 registers beautifully aligned to the crown, Arabic numerals for the hour markers, syringe hands that complement that classic design, and the spear shaped centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand that completes it. Basically, for the 25th anniversary of the first introduction of the 356 collection, they have seized the occasion to release this 500-piece limited edition. There are other models that are not limited that enhance the collection, so I will share with you those as well. It's not only the design and not only the styling of the watch that's classique, that's classical, but also the dimensions. 38.5 millimeters for the stainless steel case, domed crystal. The thickness is not excessive, but it's not particularly it's not a particularly thin watch either. 15 millimeters, 20 millimeters is the lug width, and the lug to lug measurement is 46 millimeters. 100 meters of water resistance, which is actually quite serviceable for everyday use. And in addition to, again, that classic styling of an old school pilot's chronograph, the satin finishing of the case, and the anthracite kind of a textured gray look of the main dial contribute to the traditional styling of the watch. And the pricing, I believe, is right around 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. 3,350. They also have non-limited versions of these releases. I'm flipping to Watch Buys, which is a U.S. retailer for Zinn and a lot of other German-made watches, by the way, um, from Zinn to Hanhart to Jäger and Benzinger, Jochen Benzinger, Stefan Kudoke, Dornblüt und Sohn, so on and so forth. They actually have a pretty great selection. I'm not sponsored by them. I don't endorse them. I've never done business with them, but they have great pricing. They have great selection. So I do appreciate them. As you can see, here are the few new releases. They have a Panda version, which on the leather strap and with the acrylic crystal that complements the general neo vintage styling of the watch is 2,640 in US dollars. Same watch on the bracelet, on the matching stainless steel H-link bracelets, and with a sapphire crystal goes all the way up to 3,350. That same watch, again, on the matching bracelets with the acrylic crystal is 2,850. I think these are pretty cool. My favorite of the whole bunch actually happens to be this bad boy right here. Speaking of silver gradient dials, we just looked at the 60s, right? You have this particular piece here, uh, which again, this is not a limited edition. Again, on the bracelet with the sapphire crystal, it's at the same price point as the limited 500-piece limited edition for the anniversary. That comes on 2 leather straps, so you are getting quite a good deal. Um, I love the uh, gradient smoke effect on the dial, which kind of fades into black from a light gray at the center to, again, pitch black on the periphery. There is a kind of vintage styling, kind of a fake patina, fotina on the luminous inlays on the syringe hands, as well as the Arabic numerals, but it's not overdone. There's a nice contrast between that smoked gray dial and the black chronograph registers with their vinyl groove snailed or radial guilloche finish. And I think those um, H-link bracelets for Zinn are seriously underrated. Great for the purpose. And if you ask me, between the Glashütte Original Annual Edition 2023, which has uh, incidentally a smoked gray dial, and this Zinn 356 Flieger Classique, I would most certainly choose this particular watch at a fraction of the price, especially if you are kind of, skewing towards the sportier um, style. of chronographs, even as you appreciate a kind of mid-century style language, mid-century visual language. I think this checks a lot of the boxes. I really, really do appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like button. We talked about a number of new releases by Tudor, by Glashütte Original, by Zinn, Frankfurt, by Vacheron Constantin, especially the ones they released in the Shanghai edition of Watches and Wonders. I'm going to take a short break and I'm going to leave you with these couple of things or these few things that I posted on Instagram over the last couple of days. Enjoy. I'll be right back. Let me know if you have any questions or anything else, but I'll be with you shortly. You're funny, man. It's too. Is it too large? You know, my hands are small. That was the smallest pair of gloves that they had, man. Like kids are not supposed to handle, watches and auction at Christie's, which of course is the auction house that facilitates only watch for the last few editions. And because these watches are one of a kind, going to a special owner, the gloves were actually a must. I'm going to do a full video where I go through every single one of these, but the ones that I posted on Instagram so far are some of my favorites. The Jarajanta Revival chiming watch, the Secular Perpetual Calendar by Fourlan Marie, the Split Second Chronograph Tag Heuer Monaco, the FP Jaune Chronomètre Bleu Furtif Tantalum Case and Bracelet, Tudor Big Block in this JPS aesthetic in the John Player Special combination of black and gold that features, as it happens, a prototype, pardon me, in-house chronograph caliber, the MT59XX, which is probably going to replace the B01 in the next generation. So this might actually announce the comeback of big block chronographs by Tudor. One of my favorites, if not my absolute favorite, because that's a very tough call when it comes to such great and unique pieces, was this collaboration between the young French watchmaker Theo Offray and the dynamic duo Gaël Petermann and Florian Bédan. A time-only piece that reworks that much regaled Zenit caliber 135. Beautifully finished, very pleasing aesthetically. Does a great job realizing the aesthetic codes of both young houses and also allows them to showcase their particular aesthetic. I did a great job, if I may say so, in writing the narrative. So please go to my Instagram page if you do want to read a more in-depth analysis or expose on those watches. And don't forget to uh, like them, right? That helps me. That helps me a lot. So please do like those videos, like those reels, like those posts. Some people just like the stories or just post a comment, and any interaction is cool. But I do put a lot of work into it. So please show your appreciation by actually double tapping the visual. This was one of my absolute favorites because I don't see these kinds of watches so often. The only similar concepts was this Cartier Tortue that I saw on the wrist of another collector, and it was actually styled as a swimming turtle with these beautiful tiger eye and jade inlays to depict its shell on the dial. And it even extended onto the onto the case, with again Chanlevé enamel for the head, legs, and a tail of the turtle. And when you turned it around, it was the belly of the turtle. Now this is um, Barbier Müller watch, Mosaic number 2. This is a brand that introduced itself in terms of a limited edition of 10 pieces for the 7th edition of Only Watch in 2017. This is going to be another limited edition, the Mosaic. This time it's a platinum case. Last time it was pink gold case. Last time the technique that they highlighted was cloisonné, with those gold threads that separated the different sections. This time they use chanlevé, which is a métier d'art, a traditional craft that highlights inlaying different materials into, it can be anything really. It can be wood. Here, of course, it's a platinum case, and it's on the entire surface of the watch. Hard stones inlaid on the case band, on the dial, and also on the case back, which is hinged and which, when opened, exposes, as you can see, the F.B. Jean caliber 1304, executed for the most part in 18 karat pink gold. And this is the only time that such expertise is extended beyond the mark by F.B. Jean. The only other time was for that first Barbier Müller watch. Barbier Müller is led by Stéphane Barbier Müller. He belongs to this family that has one of the largest private collections of ethnographic art in the entire world, that they amassed over 2 generations and that they display in a museum in Geneva. So that this kind of artistic and artisanal approach to watchmaking, I guess, just makes sense to see from a member of that family. Again, this unique piece announces a limited edition that will apparently this time will be in 20 examples. All of that being said, that will bring the entire production of Barbier Müller watches just to a few dozens. So it's a pretty exclusive group. All hard stones that are used to decorate the style and ennoble the 41 millimeter platinum case, which is enormous in its weight and substance. And the background, as you can see, and some of the details on the case band and case back will give you that idea, is bloodstone, that particular version of green jasper that has those red freckles or red speckles that kind of give it the image of a blood splatter. It's really a great piece. I think it's one of the most stunning pieces, in fact, that were on offer at the Only Watch auction. The lotus flower, which is a symbol of purity, is brought to this design by Éric Giroux, who is a famous horological designer. And I also came across this picture of Carlos Alcaraz, who was in the stands wearing Rolex OP, OP41 with the green dial. And he is watching the Murcia Open, which is part of the ATP Challenger Tour. And he comes from um, a small town called El Palmar, quite close to Murcia as well. And someone in the background is wearing an orange Seiko diver. I think, from the styling of the case and the bezel, I thought it was the Sumo, but it can be something else. It can be maybe a third generation Orange Monster. But if you guys have better eyes than I do, please feel free to let me know. But if you want to come across these kinds of um, watch spotting pieces, in-depth explorations in prose of new releases and unique watches that you don't come across every day, follow me on Instagram. I've just shared the link down there. In either case, I really appreciate you and thank you for your support and presence. Right, let's see. I think I have a couple more in terms of in the way of new releases that I want to share with you, but I can transition after that to the rest of my coverage for the Fine Watches auction that is going to close next Thursday in Sotheby's, London. There's a nice Monaco again that I really appreciated. So let's take a look at that. It's called the Night Diver, and they used, um, of course, their collaboration with the Oracle Red Bull Racing to introduce it. It's a limited edition piece that has a titanium case and a luminous dial. Um, Predictably, it's not the part at the center, the slate gray part that's luminous, but the kind of textured white parts, both of these recessed square shaped chronograph registers, as well as the outer part of the square main dial, as you can see in this picture. There is a date window at 6 o'clock, which I think would have been cool, if they made that luminous as well, since they want to go with this particular theme. a Monaco chronograph is for the first time presented, for the first time executed with a grade 5 titanium case. And I think it's a beautiful canvas. It's it's a stunning background to bring out the most of this luminous dial. Again, the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand is also luminous, so it's really, really stands out. The grade 5 titanium case is black DLC coated, which makes a beautiful contrast with the luminous aspects of the dial. And overall, I think this is a great counterpart to that lineage of blacked out Monaco pieces, of which, of course, the Dark Lord and its reissue was very famous. Here you have the new Night Driver in a numbered edition of 600 pieces with a black DLC coated titanium case. Similarly, skeletonized oscillating weight that is treated in a similar fashion and stands out in black against the backdrop of the rhodium plated movements. And you also have those turquoise or aquatic blue accents, both in terms of the inscriptions for the caliber Hoya 02, Tag Heuer logo, Swiss made, and also the column wheel of the chronograph is treated with the same blue as well. The piece hasn't sold out yet, which is interesting, and has a pretty hefty price tag, to be honest, for what it is, unless you are really into the styling of it, at 9,550, because I believe the standard, I believe that's significant um, premium when you consider the run of the mill standard pieces. As you can see, the steel on the full bracelet you can get at 7,700. The classic Hoya version you can get at 7,800. The baseline model you can get at 7,500 on the strap. So this is a little more expensive when all is said and done. But does have a pretty nifty luminous dial. So I'm kind of of two minds about this release. Honestly, I do really appreciate the blacked out aesthetic of the case. Grade 5 titanium, black DLC coated, which is a first for the Monaco. I think the luminous dial contrasting with that central anthracite gray circle and the blacked out grade 5 titanium case. I think that's a great aesthetic as well. The Hoya HO2, I think, is a great movement as far as modern self-winding chronograph movements go. So even though the 2K premium seems excessive, if you are captivated this by this particular aesthetic, it might well be worth a shot. It might well be worth your consideration. And it will be available not only on the website, but also through Tag Heuer boutiques and retailers as well. Let's take a look at the Pelagos poll. I'll give you a couple of more seconds to vote. What's your favorite Pelagos? The new Pelagos FXT has 25% of the votes. The original FXT Blue, the Marine Nationale version, has 25%. Other kinds of Pelagos have 17%, though no one really specified in the chat. Go ahead and do that if you would like. I'm going to end the poll in a couple of seconds. If you are voting at the poll, and if you do want to vote, if you have already voted, please also hit the like button. It really, really does help. I really appreciate it. Piruka, I love your affection. I love your enthusiasm for Vacheron Constantin. I think it is a beautiful watch. And honestly, in terms of the new releases that I talked about today, it might be my favorite as well. Not by a large margin, to be fair, but you know, less is more when it comes to watches is my aesthetic as well. And the new time only hand wound traditionnel in the 38 millimeter pink gold case, small seconds with the green dial, I think it checks all the boxes. And I do appreciate the matching strap. Don't take me wrong. I think that could be great for a lot of occasions, but for most occasions, I guess I would wear this either with a dark brown or black strap to tone it down a little bit. But the watch is beautifully discreet, so sleek. I actually love the case design. Look at those lugs. And again, caliber 4400. If it's good for Kari Voutilainen, it's good for you. Um, Again, I would rather hear the crank when I'm winding a hand, especially manual wind movement. But I understand that 4400 is a more contemporary approach, and the focus is on how smooth it is rather than how haptic, um, how it kind of enlivens the haptic aspect of interacting with the movement. Now, the last couple of releases that I want to talk about before we transition into previewing the Fine Watches auction by Sotheby's London of September 21st is actually a niche release, which is the IWC AMG G63 Big Pilot watches. Um, there's a lot that I don't like about these watches, but for the most part, it's the price point, and we will come to that. Um, I'm already not a huge fan of Big Pilot as a style for a number of different reasons, which I'm not gonna get into right now. Um, but aesthetically speaking, I find them too large, too obnoxious, with that, pear-shaped pilot style crown, 47 millimeter case, and whatever else. I'm not a huge fan of the styling here. The running seconds is kind of counterbalanced by a power reserve indicator, which people are of two minds when it comes to a self-winding watch, right? I don't mind. I think it's an interesting technical kind of expression on the dial, and if it's used as a part of design in a certain way, I don't really mind. The two watches have a similar pyramidal pattern on the dial. One is in gold, which they call armor gold, supposedly indicating that it's more resistant to compared to a standard alloy of gold. This is a piece that takes inspiration from uh, the Mercedes G wagon or G uh, wagon, Geländewagen series, which basically was something that they took from um, military vehicles and adapted into a sports utility vehicle. I think this was done at the time. This might be an urban myth, but I've heard a pretty compelling version of this story where, if in fact, it was the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who requested uh, the first G wagon, and in fact played a part in its design. This is, of course, a much more modern version, or rather, the watch takes inspiration from a contemporary AMG version of the G wagon, the G63 specifically, the recently introduced Mercedes AMG G63 Grand, to be even more specific. The pieces, again, precisely are 46.5 millimeter in diameter and 14.6 millimeter in height. They have soft iron inner cases for anti-magnetism. One is rendered in 18 carats, quote unquote, armor gold, which is a proprietary IWC alloy that is supposedly more resilient than regular gold. And the other uh, piece is in lightweight ceramic composite carbon fiber material, lightweight ceramic matrix composites, they call it, which is a material that IWC engineered in collaboration with the German Aerospace Center, which uses, unlike the regular carbon composites, instead of the polymer as a binder, um, ceramic matrix is embedded, so it makes it purportedly more damage tolerant and uh, insensitive or protective against thermal shocks. The crown and the caseback ring are in IWC's ceratanium, their combination of ceramic and titanium. JB's personal favorite of the new releases of the today is the Glashütte Original 60s chronograph. Uh, Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel is Piroucas. I don't know. I can't decide. I like the Traditionnel, but I also like the new Tudor FXT. And actually, I don't mind the Zin 356 with the silver dial as well, with the smoked silver dial. Piruka says, I agree on the crank thing. First time I wound my caliber 4400, I thought it was broken. Yeah, yeah, we like that haptic feedback, right? Piruka says, it's not a big pilot, it's a big pile of shite. Okay. And Corrado Galizia says, for the caseback aesthetic, it's interesting that they used a spare tire cover as inspiration. Yeah, yeah, whatever. I mean, IWC for me um is such a lost brand at this point, and I think the pricing of these releases really brings to um brings into sharp relief how lost they are and how wrong-headed they are in terms of their branding, or at least hard-headed, right? What do I know to say whether it's wrong or not? But they're really leaning um, on this idea of being the cool technical brand that has innovative experimental materials that really distinguish it from competition. The armor gold has to be the stupidest name for an alloy that I heard after Hublot's King Gold. It's as pretentious and as pseudo masculine. Uh, it's I mean it's not even funny. Um, I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're thinking, honestly. Um, the movements are cool. Look, I mean, it's the same IW52 or 10 they use in the Portuguese collection. 7-day power reserve, obviously, 168 hours. That's always great. It has their Peloton winding system, which makes the transfer of kinetic energy from the oscillating weight to the barrels more efficient. And as we mentioned, the back is covered by a tinted sapphire crystal decorated with Mercedes's 3-point star in a black bar, which mimics the look of the spare wheel cover on the G Wagon, as you can see here from the new release AMG G63 Grand. So now the pricing, right, which probably will add insult to injury. The armor gold version, the pink gold version, is 33,400. The ceramic composite, ceramic matrix composite is 42,400. So they're leaning so hard into this idea that they are an innovator in uh, technical, tactical, um, technologically advanced material, that they are co-engineering with German aerospace, whatever. I mean, I guess that's like the equivalent of the space forces that um, President Trump introduced a few years ago. More power to them. And literally, it has like a 30% premium over a gold version of the watch. Once again, the 18 karat armor gold version of this Big Pilot's AMG G63 is priced at 33,400 in retail, and the ceramic matrix composite version is 42,400. No, Space Force is not a topic. It's just IWC does the stupidest shit. And apparently wanted to convince us that this watch is worth 30% of a premium over the gold version of the same, which is already quite overpriced, because it uses a composite material that they engineered with the German Aerospace Center. So that was just, again, maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know about that particular area. This is the first time I hear of German aerospace. I'm not sure how advanced the German space program is. Maybe they are in fact pioneers in it. You know, things have changed a lot since the moon landing, so maybe I've missed something in there. But more power to them, I guess. Now we are selling watches on a significant premium over precious metal because they have some made up alloy of technical and tactical material. 42,400 for that watch. God damn, man. JB says this will fit and appeal for Mercedes owners and fans. Fair enough, but even then it's quite expensive. Porsche design also, I think, has enormous appeal for Porsche fans and those who aspire to the Porsche brand. But their pricing is much more reasonable. Whereas, this is 35 to 45K, a lot of money. Um, I'm talking about the one that was filmed by Stanley Kubrick, Alireza. You should know this. JB says they should have refined the Petronas 41 Racing. And Corrado says maybe this will be the first watch to go to Mars. I would love actually the entire IWC catalog to be sent to Mars. That's a great idea. That's a brilliant idea, Corrado. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. So yes, I'm not a big fan of this release. Sorry. Um, Captain says still salty AF. Is that me, Captain? I just don't like IWC, man. It's okay. I mean, I don't know. Am I salty? Alireza 1033, also a member of the channel. 1033. Is it? I don't know. I'm always puzzled by the amounts that Ali sends in. It's always a cipher for me, and I'm trying to figure out. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but that's interesting. Everybody have a good weekend. I'm sleeping until Sunday. IWC can pound sand. Maybe if they pound hard enough, they can make their own bioceramic nonsense. Right. At least when the Swatch Group makes innovative material, they sell it at 300, 500 tops, 400 actually, to be fair, 250 to 400, whereas IWC is genuinely trying to sell it at 45K, which is amazing. Take care, rest well during the weekend. What happened? I don't know. I haven't seen Ali Raza for a while, so I don't know what happened there, in terms of saltiness. I don't know. I don't know. I certainly not between the two of us. I don't see a problem. Um, I don't see a reason to be salty. But again, I mean, as a marketing campaign, after all, the AMG versions of the Mercedes G wagon are not cheap cars, right? Those are luxury products in their own rights. And perhaps these releases are complementary to that, and they are priced accordingly. But I really find it hard to justify that a watch that is essentially carbon fiber with some ceramic mixture can cost $45,000. I think that's insane to me. I know we have adjusted a lot of our expectations when it comes to what would be an acceptable material for a sports watch, for a dress watch. I know that luxury brands have slowly introduced these kinds of material and usually priced it above their standard offerings. But I feel a lot of times it's used to justify this kind of price creep. Um, and suddenly you have the entire product line, in fact, at 2 or 3 times as much over the course of 3 to 5 years, and there's nothing whatsoever that that actually substantiates that. It's not like they have suddenly started using different and more technically advanced movements. It's not that suddenly that they have integrated everything vertically. It's not like they have developed a new technologies, designed an entire, uh, you know, entire new lines of watches. Suddenly, with the introduction of a few supposedly groundbreaking vanguardist watches and the double, triple price raises every year, you have entire brands that end up in a different segment altogether. And I don't know, they're not going to survive. They're just not going to make it. They're not. I mean, maybe Mercedes AMG, through Formula One and through everything else can save IWC. And maybe they are putting their chips on that particular number. Maybe they are staking all their bets on that relationship. But what I heard is that things are not going pretty well in Richemont, that there is an entire um, shock that goes through the entire group right now. That a lot of the CEOs are about to lose their jobs. Some are about to move internally from one place to another in a game of musical chairs within the group, and others are going to be gone. Um, and I don't know if IWC has been performing well, but I honestly see them making some desperate desperate moves. Yeah, but again, it's never been a brand that I loved all that much in the wake of Günther Blümlein's passing. So it's pretty clear that you are not going to hear a positive spin from me on IWC anytime soon. So finally, let's quickly move to Sotheby's Fine Watches, which I started covering on Tuesday. As you guys know, I take the Wednesdays off, um, and Thursday, i.e., yesterday, I was in a foul mood, so I started something and then didn't really go through with it. So I do apologize if you were expecting a show and I disappointed you, but we will just continue where we left off on Tuesday when it comes to the Sotheby's Fine Watches show or auction preview, rather. Lot 34. Oh, by the way, as always, here's the link to the auction website. If you have any questions, if you have a particular watch that you would like me to take a closer look at, please don't hesitate to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I will be more than happy to dive deep in terms of historical and horological detail for you. Um, don't forget again, we have the fourth chapter of our watch giveaway from the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration of last year. It's the sibling of the watch I'm wearing now, sharing that same azure blue dial. I think it's a beautiful piece. Uh, I'm sure both Jake Brooks and the captain, who actually won a watch through a similar raffle from this channel, can attest to it. It's a very fun watch to wear. The first and last contributions, the first and last super chats, super stickers of each show win a number to enter the raffle. The process will continue until October 12th. And from September 12th to October 12th, every single super chat and super sticker are actually, or super thanks, if you send it after the stream in terms of a comment to which you can then attach a donation. Um, all of these are going for uh, the victims, for the children specifically affected by the natural disasters recently in Morocco from the earthquake and Libya from the floods. I will have a live stream after October 12th where we will use the Google number generator, random number generator, to find out who the winner is. And on that live stream, again, I will donate the entire amount live to UNICEF as we did last time. You guys know that we raised about $725 last time around. Maybe we can even outdo it this time. It remains to be seen. I will also, in the meantime, until October 12th, I will also do at least one stream as a marathon, for 6-8 hours perhaps, just dedicated it to dedicate it to the contributions. Still talking watches, of course, but with a special focus to the fundraising efforts. All right, back to Sotheby's London Fine Watches, September 12th. You're looking at lot 34, which is a Breguet reference 3050, a perpetual calendar in white gold, a classic Breguet piece with straight lugs, fluted case band, which sometimes people call coin edging, teardrop shape in the way that those straight lugs curve downward. That domed polished bezel. Of course, in the classic Breguet tradition, you have a dial that is produced out of a gold blank, silvered, and engine turned by hand with beautiful patterns. Here, that is a hobnail pattern, Clou de Paris, as it's called in French. You also have Roman numerals along a Breguet frosted track and heat blued hands fashioned out of stainless steel and styled after the Breguet house style in the shape of apples at the tip for the hour and minutes. Moon phase indicator through an aperture at 6 o'clock, pointer date at 3 o'clock, days of the week at 9 o'clock in French. By the way, there you have also on plaque the signature of the brand and the number of the movement, which is again an element that Abraham Louis Breguet used in his own subscription watches, his own pocket watches from the 18th century onwards. And at 12 o'clock, you have both an indicator for the months and within it, in crosshair style, also an indication for the leap year as well. A sapphire cabochon on the crown complements the heat blued elements and the night sky background of the moon phase indicator. It's a beautiful piece, 36 millimeters, a solid case back, but this is the movement that is inside it, self-winding with an off-center rotor in full gold, beautifully decorated with a barley corn pattern. This is the reference 3050, a Breguet perpetual calendar from around 90s in the style that Daniel Roth adapted from classic pocket watches designed and made by the namesake of the brand, Abraham Louis Breguet. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of roughly 25,000 to 50,000 US dollars, and the current bid stands at 24,772 in US dollars. That was lot 34. By the way, Captain says Ali was salty about the Blancpain swatch. I don't like it either, Captain. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not a big fan of the way that the Swatch Group handles those heritage brands. I just think it's a bad idea in the long term. I've just seen I've just seen a picture of someone posting in a Facebook group, Speedmaster Facebook group, a mod they did to their Speedmaster, like to a real Speedmaster. And this should be kind of an object lesson to everyone who says, oh, no one would confuse one for the other. And no, it doesn't cheapen the brand. So this is what an enthusiast did apparently. They took a standard Speedmaster case and dropped a Moonswatch dial and movement into it. This is the person's reaction. He thought it's something cool because he says, I moderate a Facebook collector group and one of the members did this. I messaged this Instagram friend to say, I hope you kick this person out of that group. And I was only half joking. I think this is the kind of monstrosity that the Swatch Group enabled. More power to them, I guess, right? It's their property. They can do whatever they want with it. Who cares if it's a heritage brand like Omega or Blancpain? It's not like we have any say over it, right? They're going to make a lot of money in the short run, but in the long run, they're literally destroying the legacy of these very important parts of horological history, which their father actually rescued just a generation ago. Hayeks have rescued the Swiss industry. It only took the second generation to start destroying it. It's incredible. I guess I'm pretty salty as well, Captain. Don't you think? We're looking at Lot 37, which is a pretty interesting version, a pretty oddball version of the Nautilus. This is a dial introduced for the reduced size take of the Nautilus, which reigned supreme in the 80s and especially the 90s. It is a streamlined and shrunk version of the original Jumbo, and it combined that with many interesting dial versions, iterations, among which was this black, matte black dial with applied Roman numerals, which were filled in or inlaid with luminous material. Sweep center seconds, which is also unlike the Jumbo, a two-hander, and leaf-shaped hands, which are inlaid with luminous material for the hour and minutes. Again, for those who are looking for that classic Nautilus look, even in reduced size, there are so many other options. I know people usually want the ribbed dial, as people want the tapisserie pattern for the Royal Oak. I completely understand that. But this is an interesting take. This is a pretty unique version. The piece has an estimated value of that ranges from $32,200 all the way up to 55,737 and more. It comes as a full set, including the box papers, outer packaging, product literature, as well as the leather bifold wallet to hold that certificate of origin. This is the Patek Philippe Nautilus reference 3800, the reduced sized or mid-sized version with the black dial, Roman numerals, feuille hands, with a pre-auction estimate of roughly 32,000 to 56,000 US dollars. Corrado Galizia, thank you so much. $9.99. Fun show. Have a great weekend, everybody. Corrado, I hope you have a great weekend as well, and a great week. After that, I really appreciate you. You have been always a great supporter of this channel. I really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Number 35, we were just talking about this. This is one of my absolute favorites in watch design, as you guys know. I don't know where the hell they matched this bracelet with, one with a straight end link, and one with a full one. But I do appreciate the two liner 5513 meters first dial. That probably, in terms of its minimalism and balance, my absolute favorite when it comes to the classic dive watch design, but really overall horological design at large. This is, of course, a matte black dial. The bracelet is really odd. I just can't get over the fact, but I suppose it's just, someone replaced the end link on one. It is a period correct riveted bracelet otherwise. Um, and it has the correct end link on one end and not on the other. I wonder if it was the styling of the particular owner or something else, but it's a very odd aesthetic and it really rubs me off the wrong way. Um, but otherwise, this is a decent example of a nicely patinated 5513, a two liner with the meters first black matte dial from the late 60s. The estimated value of the watch is 7,500 to 12,500 in US dollars, and it is currently being bid at 7,432 in US dollars. Please hit the like button, by the way. It really, really does help. This is a very small channel, so anything that you do in terms of upvoting, in terms of sharing, in terms of commenting on any of the um, posts, any of the videos, it's really great help. So please do that. Lot 38 is Patek Philippe World Time of Old, 5531J. You can call it um, kind of an a version that announces the contemporary with a case diameter that scales right under 40 millimeters. Here presented in 18 carats yellow gold and with a cloisonné enamel dial, which depicts at the center of the dial a map of America, Europe, and Africa. Of course, cloisonné enamel traces the outlines of these drawings, of these miniature paintings, rather, with thin hairline golden threads, which are then filled in with enamel powder and fire baked multiple times to achieve the perfect color. Of course, any small thing that you get wrong ruins the dial. So you have to chuck it away and start from scratch, which is why this is a very expensive and arduous process that involves a lot of manual labor as well. Of course, that center dial is framed in an 18 karat yellow gold ring as well, with polished gold beads at quarters. A bicolor 24-hour ring surrounds it, silvered opaline white for the day hours, with uh, the sun at noon and the moon for the midnights, navy for the night hours. By the way, uh, Shana Tova Umetuka for my Jewish friends. It's the new year. I wanted to recognize and celebrate that. It's nice to have you all on board. The As they do usually, there's the observatory style hour hands. So you have kind of like a like an unimpeded vision, or largely unimpeded vision, of that micro painting at the center, and of course the pusher at 10 o'clock, which is the way you manipulate the world timer function, both cycling through the 24 different time zones on the city's ring, as well as moving the hour hands as well. Of course, one of the great things about Patek World Timer pieces is the micro rotor movement, which is built on the base of caliber 240, makes them beautifully sleek with this slender case profile. These make beautiful dress watches, especially with this Clausen enamel dial treatments. But they're just fine with the guilloche dial centers as well, or guilloche center dials, rather, I wanted to say. This particular piece has an estimated value that roughly ranges from 75,000 to 125,000 US dollars. It has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid would be right around 74,316 in US dollars. Lot 39 is a modern Aquanaut Jumbo 5164A in stainless steel with a 40 millimeter case. These used to be, of course, one of the incredible deals and one of the entry points into the Patek Philippe catalog. Of course, after the hype that surrounded the Nautilus and anything sporty really in Patek's catalog, that is no longer the case. When it comes to the modern Aquanauts, I really like how the design of the tropic style rubber strap echoes with the globescape pattern on the dial and sits flush with the lugs as well as the case band to kind of execute its own version of an integrated design. Overall, I'm a fan, not necessarily a big fan, but I'm a fan of the Aquanauts range. kind of like a modern field watch aesthetic. Very sporty, very casual. This piece also comes as a full set from just a couple of years ago. And the estimated value was roughly around 25,000 to 50,000 in US dollars, with the current bids standing right under $40,000. At lot 41, we have one of the absolute classics and one of my favorites. I think the diamond setting for the hour markers of the dial might be off-putting to some, but this is one of the absolute, um, one of the beautiful sweet spots between vintage and contemporary when it comes to the day dates. Of course, it's in the classic 36 millimeter case sizing. The reference 18 to 38 is the introduction of the double quick set movement, which is a great convenience to a lot of people because it allows you to correct both the day and the dates through the crown. 1803 allows you to do that with the dates, but 18038 allows you to do that with the date, but 18238 allows you to do it with both, and it is genuinely a great reference. This is a late 60s piece, roughly around 1996, and with the champagne dial, of course, that it combines with the 18 karat yellow gold case, matching fluted bezel, and matching presidential bracelets. It is iconic. The caseback sticker with the model reference number still intact. And again, a full set that also includes apparently a Rolex hand key. This is the Rolex day dates reference 18238, yellow gold on the matching presidential bracelets, and champagne dial diamond set for the hour markers. Ati Lange und Söhne, hey Captain. Sorry to hear about Rogers going down for your Jets. And Captain says it was a tough blow. I was excited to see a professional quarterback for once. Yeah, the Jets don't really have much luck, huh? That sucks. Lot 41 has an estimated value, has a pre-auction estimate of 12,500 roughly, all the way up to 25,000 in US dollars. Lot 42, this is Vacheron Constantin Platinum Perpetual Calendar Chronograph. It is styled in that traditionnel case that we were looking at. Earlier, of course, in a larger version of that case, 43 millimeters in platinum with a gray dial, hand wound movement that uses the Nouvelle Lemania base, or at least the architecture. Let's put it like that. This is the caliber 1142 hand wound. The reference number for this watch is 5000T. And as you can see, it has an oversized pointer date at 6 o'clock, which encompasses the moon phase indicator, very nicely drawn in an anthropomorphic fashion. The two-tone gray dial has a tachymeter on its periphery, a nicely aligned chronograph registers, 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, running seconds at 9, two apertures at 12 o'clock right under the signature, two wickets for the day of the week and the month, and a porthole style opening above the minute totalizer for the leap year indicator. By the way, this is why I sometimes hate on excessive case sizes, because when you use classic movements that have especially been so popular because of their compact dimensions, like the CH27, like the Lemania 2310, you end up with this design. And I've seen this in the new chronographs that JLC recently released that I didn't even talk about because I was frustrated by this aspect. Look how crammed the chronograph registers are towards the inside, right? Look how much gap there is from the perimeter to the chronograph registers. That's simply because that movement is too small for this case, or rather, the case is too big for the movement, right? That's why they have to play all these games on the case back, right? To have this kind of concave slash recessed design to frame what is essentially a very small movement in a very large case. And again, usually there would be, or there could be, a justification to use a larger case, to use perhaps a larger dial for something like a perpetual calendar chronograph, since there's um, a lot of information to display on the dial. But it's not like they used a genuinely innovative way of displaying that information to justify anything like that either. So I think this is kind of a fail. As much as I love Vacheron Constantin, um, the most modern versions of their perpetual calendar chronographs have cases that are simply too big for the movements they use. But that's just my opinion. This particular piece at lot 42, again, a platinum perpetual calendar chronograph by Vacheron Constantin has an estimated value roughly between 62,000 to 125,000, and the starting bid is right under 62,000. At 43, lot 43, you have one of my absolute favorites in terms of vintage Rolex. This is a double red Sea Dweller. Original Sea Dweller reference 1665 that has two lines of red writing on the dial, namely both Sea Dweller and Submariner 2000. This piece is roughly from mid 70s. With the Mark II dial. Of course, that domed tropic crystal without the magnifier for the dates, without the Cyclops, is an iconic and important aspect of the design. Folded link bracelets, folded link oyster bracelet, which is period correct for the watch. And as you can see, the helium release valve, the gas escape valve at 9 o'clock. This is the Rolex Sea Dweller reference 1665 by with the double red Mark II dial. The estimate ranges between 25,000 to 50,000 US dollars, roughly. And the piece is currently being bid at 24,772 in US dollars. At lot 44, again, you have one of my favorite pieces in terms of affordable perpetual calendars, especially with the 80s versions of these round cased perpetual calendars by Audemars Piguet. You get a lot of watch for the money. With ultra thin self-winding movements, a classically styled 36 millimeter case with a stepped bezel and short, stubby, downturned lugs. Here you see it with its original finish in yellow gold. And the dial is incredibly balanced as well. Here in opaline white with gold fixtures, including the pencil hands, which are quite slim and don't at all impede with your reading of the calendrical functions. An aperture for the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, you have the month pointer date at 3 o'clock and the day of the week at 9 o'clock. And the calendrical indications are all handled by heat blued hands, heat blued stainless steel, micro hands, which add a nice dash of color to the dial and are easily distinguished and thereby made legible from the hands for the dial for the hour and minutes. And they actually complement the night sky of that moon phase indicator quite nicely as well. The pre-auction estimate for lot 44, which is an AP Quintième perpétuel from mid 90s, a perpetual calendar with an indicator for the moon phases, has an estimate of 12,500 to roughly 25,000 in US dollars. So far, there are no bids, so this might be one to watch for. Please hit the like button. I need to take a quick break here, so I will leave you with the absolute top of the line Nautilus, this ultra thin perpetual calendar 5740 for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Please hit the like button. If you have any questions or if you would like me to take a closer look at any of the lots that I skipped or others that I might not get into tonight, please feel free to share them with a super chat. Send in the lot number with a super chat. As you know, until October 12th, all the proceeds from super chats and similar contributions like super stickers and super thanks, they're going directly to a donation that will be made to the UNICEF, earmarked for children in the wake of the natural disasters in Morocco and Libya. All right, we're looking at the Sotheby's Fine Watches auction that's going to conclude on September 21st. So next Thursday. It's a Sotheby's London auction, and this is a lot number 45, which is a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740, a model introduced in 2018 and was an application piece. So it was pretty difficult to obtain, beautifully executed in white gold and even thinner than the 5712. It is built on a version of the caliber 240. That's ultra thin micro rotor. And the dimensions of the piece are 40 millimeters in diameter and 8.42 in thickness. They still have it in the catalog, I'm sure, but it's really the kind of piece that's reserved to some of the most select customers of the brand. Um, the retail price is set at around 151,400 in US dollars. This particular piece is from last year, apparently. It does come as a full set. With a winder as well, of course. The presentation box is actually a winder since this piece is a perpetual calendar with a pointer date at 6 o'clock, which surrounds the indicator for the moon phase, months at 3 o'clock, which encircles the leap year indicator, and at 9 o'clock, you have the indicator for the date, which envelops a micro hands for 24-hour indicator, a day night indicator as well. This particular piece has a pre-auction estimate that ranges roughly from 150,000 to 225,000 in US dollars. I mentioned that the retail price is right above that estimate, and it is currently being bid at 148,632 in US dollars. That was lot 45 for a Patek Philippe Nautilus perpetual calendar, ultra thin in white gold. The reference number is 5740, line 1G. Another fantastic piece. This is lot 46. Audemars Piguet 25977 ST, an AP Royal Oak chronograph tourbillon. Speaking speaking of speaking of watches that are built on the base of Lemania CH27. I believe this is one such piece. The chronograph movement that gave us anything from the Moonwatch to generations of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs, as well as solo chronographs too, is used here as the base of tourbillon chronograph in what is relatively traditional design in an oversized stainless steel AP Royal Oak case, of course, with on its matching bracelet that gives it that reliable blend of modernism and brutal industrialism. A black tapisserie dial with white chronograph registers and a nicely sized tourbillon cage at 6 o'clock. And here is a glimpse at the movement, which should seem familiar in terms of its general architecture, even though it has certain elements which are different from a lot of the other versions of the Lemania CH27 that you see everywhere else. And the Lemania CH27 has been used in Daniel Roth chronographs, in Roger Dubuis chronographs, in Patek Philippe chronographs and perpetual calendar chronographs, in Breguet chronographs, of course, as the base of the Omega Moonwatch, the 321, and also as you see here, as the base of this wonderful tourbillon in a AP Royal Oak case. This is lots 46. Again, the AP Royal Oak tourbillon chronograph, reference 25977 ST, 44 millimeters on the integrated stainless steel bracelets, with an estimated value of 75,000 roughly to 125,000 in US dollars. What is wrong with the quality of pictures on this one? Fascinating. This is lot 47, which is Submariner issued to the Special Reconnaissance Regiment in the UK. It's 116610 LN, the Submariner 40, so to speak, before it was revised and renewed more recently and rendered in a 41 millimeter case. The case back has the engraving and the proper inscriptions that identify the regiment. And it also has a certificate and the international guarantee card that certifies that provenance. This is a Rolex Submariner, reference 116610 LN. A Submariner 40, once issued to the Special Reconnaissance Regiment with a pre-auction estimate that ranges from 32,250 to 50,000 US dollars. downtown gets too loud for my liking sometimes. But what can we do? This is lot 47, again with a pre-auction estimate of 32,200 to 50,000 in US dollars. Lot number 50 is an Alan Gonzone 1815 classic time only dress watch in yellow gold. In a smaller case compared to the regular sized version, for example, of the Lange 1 as well. So it's not only a more muted and classical conventional design, but it's also a more compact case in this particular instance. Classic silvered dial, Arabic numerals, seconds on a subsidiary dial at 6, and alpha styled hands fashioned in heat blued stainless steel. And as you can see, the hand wound movements with the 3/4 plates, that is a signature of classical Saxonian watchmaking, has already taken on a very charming patina. As you know, this particular alloy of nickel, copper, and zinc, that is called German silver, begins its life with a certain yellow hue, yellowish hue. And over the years, that gets enhanced and oftentimes turns into this champagne like tint, which is delightful. This particular piece, again from late 90s, actually comes as a full set, box papers, product literature, as well as the outer packaging. 1815 is one of the staples, of course, and the estimated value of the piece was sorry, um, roughly 6,000 to 8,670 in US dollars, but the piece has already been bid up to that higher ceiling of the estimate. So I expect it to go for a little more. In fact, this is late 90s, roughly 97. Alan Gonzune, 1815, time only dress watch, full set in yellow gold at lot 50. Lot 51 is actually a piece that I used as my thumbnail this time around. This is a Roylock pocket watch executed in two-tone stainless steel and 18-karat yellow gold, which has warmly patinated over the years. A Roylock pocket watch. Really gorgeous piece. a petite tapisserie dial with beautiful, slender baton indices and Dauphine hands, hand wound movements in a classic octagonal case. 44 millimeters in diameter, by the way. An absolute beauty of a watch. And rather unique and interesting in this pocket watch version with a two-tone execution. Again, 44 millimeter stainless steel case with an octagonal bezel and crown, as well as a case back executed in 18 carats yellow gold. That's lot 51, number 51, with a pre-auction estimate of 3,750 to 6,200 in US dollars. The current bid stands at 4,335 in US dollars. A Royal Oak pocket watch. At lot 52, we have a very popular version of the Aquanauts, especially since it was photographed on John Mayer's wrist. This is the 5164A, the Aquanaut travel time in stainless steel. It has those two pushers on the 9 o'clock side of the watch, originally devised and given to Patek Philippe by Louis Cotier. Which helps you advance the hour hand by using those pushers. Your reference time is the skeletonized hand, and the standard one can be advanced or rather arranged back and forth with these two pushers. It has a pointer date at 6 o'clock, sweep center seconds, of course, as well. And in fact, day and night indicators for both the home slash reference time as well as your local time. The piece is in a 40.8 millimeter stainless steel case, which is significantly thicker than the time only model, but I believe the complication bears that out. The complication certainly justifies that. The Aquanaut's travel time, this particular example, is from about 2 years ago, 2021, 50 reference 5164A, with an estimated value of 37,000 to 62,000 US dollars roughly, and the piece is currently being bid at 59,453 in US dollars. All right, we have about 20 more minutes to go, just so you know. I think I'll be able to cover most, if not all, of this auction. So we'll come with a different schedule, with a different itinerary for the next one. But there are a few interesting pieces, and we can go through them. Perhaps, presentation boxes that they're selling. Blue service style for the yellow gold version of the original Patek Philippe Jumbo, the Nautilus Jumbo, which has aged really well. A stainless steel bracelet for an A series AP Royal Oak Jumbo, one of those first 1500 watches that were ever produced from Gerard Janta's original 1972 design. Recognizable, of course, by most immediately by the peculiar inscription on the clasp. The bracelet looks to be in a very good condition as well. There are two pairs of Patek Philippe cufflinks, one in white gold, Calatrava cross, and another in white gold, styled like the ribbed blue dials of the Nautilus. Presumably would go really well with that 5740 we were just looking at, the ultra exclusive, ultra thin perpetual calendar version. Lot 81 is a Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 6006G. I feel like, Captain, do you have one of these? I think he has one of these. This piece is kind of a modernized, youthful version of the Calatrava with a pointer date along the periphery of the dial and off-center seconds on a subsidiary dial, Arabic numerals for the hours, and skeletonized hands for hours and minutes. Again, 39 millimeter in diameter in a white gold case and a black and white dial, micro rotor movements. This is lot 81 for a Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 6006G. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that ranges roughly from 18,500 to 31,000 in US dollars. At lot 77, we have a modern but now discontinued version of the Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo. This is the 5711A slash 1A dash 011, the Nautilus Jumbo with the white dial. This piece was very underappreciated for most of its existence in the catalog, but picked up in steam after 2019, especially. Discontinued in 2021, so even a year. Sorry, this was discontinued actually in 2019, I think, having picked up some steam after 2017 or so. Of course, the entire range of 5711 was discontinued in 2019. I'm so sorry, guys. It's getting a little late for me. In 2021, it was discontinued and replaced in 2022 with 5811, of which we only have a white gold version so far. This piece is currently being bid at 61,930 in US dollars and had a pre-auction estimate of 61,930 to almost 100,000 in US dollars. Lot 76 is a Polar Explorer 2, one of my favorite watches, as you guys know, one that I have in my collection as well. Mine is pretty similar to this one, except it's from a slightly later period, so it actually has a superluminova dial, which is still functional. This is from around 1997. The 2000 version, of course, also has the solid end links, which makes it perhaps a little more preferable if you're looking for something contemporary. But these 5-digit references are some of the best compromise around, whether you are coming from vintage and looking for something that gives you the feeling or the vibe of vintage with some modern wearability, or if you're coming from the modern, the 5-digit is a great compromise again because it gives you a lot of the modern wearability, especially if you choose pieces that are from around year 2000. They will still have the modularity of the Halls case. They will probably have, on top of that, however, solid end links, superluminova dials, which mean a sapphire crystal, which means that it will have a lot of the functionality and wearability of a modern piece, of a contemporary piece, which is one of the reasons, of course, that people prefer Rolex. Rolex Explorer 2, reference 16570, with the polar white dial. This piece is actually a full set. And it is offered at lot 76 with a pre-auction estimate of roughly 6,200 to 8,670 in US dollars. The bidding currently stands at 6,193 in US dollars. At lot 75, we have the pink gold version of one of everyone's favorite Nautilus pieces. Um, there are a lot of reasons as to why people like the 5980. Uh, first of all, because it preserves the aesthetics of the original Janta design, but in dimensions that are distinctly uh, contemporary and quite robust. The watch is 12.2 millimeters thick, maybe a little more, in fact. And that makes a lot of people really prefer the feel, the heft, and the weight of this particular Nautilus on the wrist. And of course, these may be all incidental and aesthetic considerations because this piece also features one of the nicest modern chronograph movements, in-house chronograph movements that Patek Philippe has in the catalog. The watch is also a flyback chronograph, which has that crosshair style single register at 6 o'clock. That's at its inner core is a 12-hour counter that is surrounded by an 18 karat pink gold ring here. And it actually, in terms of two concentric circles there, also serves as a 60-minute counter, counting from 0 to 30 on the outside and from 30 to 60 at the inner circle there. The pink gold version has that gradient brown dial with the classic rib design. At 3 o'clock, you also have the dates. This is 5980R-001. So it's the pink gold on the leather strap with the matching 18 karat pink gold Nautilus deployant clasp. Column wheel chronograph, as you can see, 28520. This piece is a full set, comes with everything. Um, that's part of that package. The full set of original accessories, but also an additional rubber strap as well. And the estimated value of this watch ranges roughly from 100,000 to 150,000 in US dollars. That was lot 75 for the Nautilus flyback chronograph in pink gold on the leather strap. At lot 74, lot number 74, we have a relatively unpopular version of the Calatrava because of its crown guards, I think, in white gold, 37 millimeters in diameter, Dauphine hands, sweep center seconds, and a nicely framed date indicator at 3 o'clock as well. This piece is pretty similar in its design to 5127 that followed it. Um, I think the 5107 has the older movement as well as a flat bezel. Great watch. This is a piece with an estimated value roughly between 15,000 to 22,500 in US dollars, and it's listed at lot 74. Again, classic 37 millimeters white gold Calatrava with crown guards, reference 5107G. I have 10 more minutes, so if you have any questions, any particular requests, please feel free to send them in. As you guys know, the very last super chats of the show gets entered into the raffle. At lot 57, we have one of my favorite watches. This is the 5930G. It's the Patek's combination of a world timer with a self-winding flyback chronograph, beautiful blue dial with a guilloche center, a single 30 minutes counter, 30-minute totalizer at 6 o'clock. That's framed in white gold as well. The case is white gold and scales right under 40 millimeters, 39.5, which is why I prefer this version to a 5935A with a 41 millimeter case. Of course, this piece is built on the base of that self-winding flyback chronograph, the caliber 28-520. So it's a little thicker, a little less sleek than classic Patek Philippe World Timer at 12.86 millimeters. But it is a sportier, it is a more youthful version. I find the strap selection here absolutely tasteless and disgusting, but I'm sure it's actually an exotic strap anyway, so they won't be able to ship it with that. You are, believe me, you are not missing out. This is a beautiful combination of two useful and youthful complications by Patek Philippe, one of the most beautiful and certainly one of my favorite contemporary Patek pieces. This is the World Timer self-winding chronograph 5930G, now discontinued. Beautifully designed, compact and wearable in this version with a 39.5 millimeter white gold case at around 12.86 millimeters thick. Okay, I'm gonna do two more watches. If you want to shoot any questions in the meantime, feel free. Okay, maybe I'll do three. Let me see what we have here. Okay, those I can quickly gauge. Okay, no, I'll go the full stretch. I don't care. I will actually finish covering this auction. So let's go first with lot 72. This is 5036, a Patek Philippe annual calendar in 37 millimeter white gold case and 5-row brick style bracelet in matching white gold from around 2006. Black dial, power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock, moon phase at 6, right above the signature, which itself sits above the date window, sweep center seconds, leaf styled hands inlaid with luminous material, applied Roman numerals with the same treatment. Between 2 and 3 o'clock, you have the subdial for the month, and between 9 and 10, the day of the week. This is the Patek Philippe annual calendar 5036 line 1G in white gold on the matching brick style bracelets. The Patek Philippe annual calendar has an estimate that ranges roughly from 25,000 to 37,500 in US dollars. Please hit the like button, by the way. It really, really does help. Lot 71 is 16,700. This was basically the latest reference for the GMT Master, not GMT Master 2. So the piece has a slimmer profile compared to its contemporary GMT Master 2s because it has the older movement in a slimmer case. Again, perhaps that slim case profile as well as the vintage vibe of the watch might make it preferable to 16750 or 16710, perhaps. But as it is, it's an interesting option. It's an oddball, so to speak. And here, the example at lot 71 comes with box and papers and has a pre-auction estimate that ranges from 8,670 to 12,500 US dollars, roughly speaking. At lot 70, you have the flyback chronograph version of the Aquanaut, kind of the Aquanaut counterpart to 5980. This is the 5968. The 5968 has, of course, a larger case at 42 millimeters here in stainless steel. It is built on the modern in-house self-winding chronograph movements with flyback functionality, CH28-520C. Once again, you have the date at 3 o'clock and a 60-minute totalizer at 6 o'clock, orange accents for the gradations, measurements of precise chronograph seconds, and in the chronograph register as well, not to mention both of those chronograph hands. The piece is also relatively slim, right? 42 millimeters in diameter and right under 12 millimeters in thickness. So it's a nice sports watch on the rubber band, tropic style rubber strap. And the piece here, it has an estimated value of 62,000 to 125,000 US dollars, roughly speaking. And it is being currently bid at 74,316 in US dollars. Lot 61 is a classic Calatrava, once retailed and signed on the dial by Asprey as well. This is a reference 3429 in yellow gold. Time only piece with a crosshair style small second subdial at 6 o'clock. The piece is from early 60s and has a 35 millimeter yellow gold case and a silver dial. Naked watch, so no box and papers. But the Asprey signature seems to have the right font for the time period. That double P outward facing initials on the crown. This piece is currently being bid at 9,909 US dollars. The high ceiling of the pre-auction estimate was right around 15,000 in US dollars. There is another co-signed Patek Philippe Calatrava, but from a slightly later period. This is one once retailed and co-signed on the dial by Gubelin. A traditional Swiss jeweler, one of the esteemed retailers, originally based in Lucerne. Applied obus-shaped hour markers, Dauphine hands, and small seconds at 6 o'clock. .34 millimeters in diameter for this hand-wound piece, which is at lot 64. This is a Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 3893, retailed and co-signed on the dial by Gubelin, currently being bid at 6,193 in US dollars. At lot 62, we have a Rolex Explorer reference 1016, not the first Explorer reference, but certainly the most iconic, perhaps precisely because it graced Ian Fleming's wrist here on a matching oyster bracelet, all in stainless steel. The piece also comes with a matching box as well as a service invoice. This particular piece has a pre-auction estimate of 12,500 to 25,000 US dollars, roughly speaking. I have about three more watches, so if you have any last minute requests, feel free to send them in now. Lot 65 is a Fuchsia Rolex GMT Master from the late 60s. As you know, these aluminum bezel inserts had certain defects from the moment of production, which made them, you might even say, allowed them to um, age, fade, patinate, and turn colors simply in wondrous ways. This one has a completely fade or washed blue section, which is for the night hours, and for the morning hours, where it was supposed to have red, it has turned into this shade of purple or fuchsia, kind of pink, purple, purplish pink, a nicely patinated dial as well, with the hands having aged evenly among themselves, complementing the eggshell patina of the hour markers. The stainless steel piece is on a matching stainless steel Jubilee bracelet with folded links, and it also comes basically as box and papers with a lot of other accompanying material from the period too, which is quite impressive. This is lot 65, which has a pre-auction estimate of roughly 15,000 to 22,500 in US dollars. Lot 67 is a Rolex Submariner 1680 with a Mark 3, Mark 2 dial, meters first. So you have the red Submariner writing and the depth rating expressed with meters first. 200 meters equals 660 feet. A nicely and evenly patinated dial, a rather um, abused but nevertheless charming aluminum bezel that has taken this ghost, beaten up ghost, given up ghost kind of look, which is very interesting. The piece does come with a number of its original accessories, no original papers, but the box, product literature, cost hang tag, anchor, document holder, service correspondence, as well as a presentation case is included. This is a Rolex Submariner with the red writing, meters first, a Mark II dial from late 60s with a pre-auction estimate of roughly 18,600 to 32,500 in US dollars. And last but not least, we're looking at a Panda Daytona, a reference 6263, screw down pushers, a bakelite acrylic insert for the tachometer on the bezel, silvered white backgrounds with black chronograph registers, which give us the classic quote unquote panda look. This is from roughly 1868. Of course, this is still the hand wound version built on the base of Valjoux 72, namely caliber 727. Beautiful classic Rolex Daytona chronograph. With a pre-auction estimate of roughly 62,000 to 125,000 in US dollars. The piece is currently being bid at 55,737. All right. This is it for today. I'm about to sign off. Thank you so much for your support and presence. Thank you especially to the super chatters, MD Chaz, Jake Brooks, Ali Raza, and Corrado Galizia. As per the rules, MD Chaz being the first super chat and Corrado Galizia being the last super chat are entered into the raffle as numbers 3 and 4. As you guys know, the giveaway is going to be for a Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration from last year with the Azure blue dial, just like mine. But I have one that is still in the box, untouched, on its bracelet, and with its original NATO strap, as well as the original packaging, of course. And from September 12th to October 12th, all the super chats, super stickers, and super thanks, which you can leave as comments to any of the videos, go in their entirety to UNICEF, earmarked for children who were affected by the recent natural disasters in Morocco by the earthquake and in Libya by the floods. That being said, if you want to otherwise support the channel, you know how. The links are in included in the video description. I'm gonna put them in the chat now. And in either case, I appreciate you for being here, for upvoting the videos, for spreading the word, sharing the content far and wide. In either case, I really appreciate you. I really cherish the fact that you're here, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. We talked about some new releases by Tudor, Vacheron Constantin, IWC, and also Glashütte Original and Zinn as well, among others. We covered the Sotheby's Fine Watches auction. We looked at some of the watches that I've already seen and shared with you on my Instagram page, so feel free to check that out as well. I will see you tomorrow night, hopefully around the same time. I really look forward to that. And until then, I say goodbye, and I encourage you to wear your watches and enjoy them. Stay safe, stay healthy, and don't forget to click the like button on your way out. Take care.